Okay, Prof, I think you just need to accept the recording so that it will allow you to continue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just
Actually, I
permit the
was curious what happened.
recording so that we use it for in our revision for our students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know whether I have to repeat or maybe I can maybe because I was adding off my a little bit of talk.
No, continue, Prof. It was just only 1 second.
Okay. I was saying that my work here is mainly to introduce my Vice Chancellor, Professor Sola Fajana, who is the Chief Executive of the National University. Ah, I don't know whether it's my internet which
I,
is having
yeah,
problems.
I think your network, Prof.
Okay, but anyway, I was maybe in the process of maybe calling my Vice Chancellor, Professor Sola Fajana, to give a presentation. Prof. Sola Fajana, the floor is yours, my Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much. Prof. Makumani is for the Vice Chancellor in here.
Yes, yes, Prof, he was in the last time I checked. Can I just check for you now? Then I'll call him maybe.
He has been sending chats that he's not able to hear us.
Can you try? You're unmuted. Yeah, but it looks like you're talking, but we're not hearing anything from your side. Okay. Can you log out and come in again? Yes, please, Prof. Thank you. Apologies, colleagues.
Okay, while Prof is preparing his address, I think then we just have to indicate that today is the presentation, and then tomorrow all those who would like to present their work, and then we are willing to look at what they are presenting and contribute towards those presentations. But today you have enough time to engage our speaker on research, publications, as well as academic integrity. So those are the issues that we are dealing with today. And then tomorrow we'll then have that open discussion where you will be presenting your work, and then we take it from there. but for now, it is a discussion around what our guest speaker will present today. So at the moment, then we are waiting for our VC to address us. I think it's now preparing to. Yeah, I think it's now in the process of sorting out the network. Yeah, so just bear with us for those technicalities. Okay. I wonder because Prof was just on here, but now it looked like then the network kicked him off. So yeah. Okay. Okay. So the way to go then, if you want to present your work tomorrow, please just email it to me. My email address is Khoza, SKHOZA, S for Simon, at ukzn.ac.za. So you'll just email it there, and then I will then put the list. I'll generate the list for all of you who will be presenting tomorrow accordingly. Yes, colleagues. Yeah. Let's just wait for the VC.
Colleagues, please, can you just tell me if you can hear him? I'm using my phone. Okay, Prof K, can you confirm
No,
if you can?
No, we can't hear him yet.
You can't hear him yet? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there he goes. That's his voice. Oh, it was here. I thought it was on the. Okay. Okay.
I think you can bring the phone closer to the speaker of your computer.
Okay. Oh, can you say something again? At WC? Okay, it doesn't look like they can. Yes,
Mm,
no, they can't hear you, Prof.
yeah.
No, it's fine.
Oh,
No,
oh,
no.
okay. We
You-
did hear little bit.
Oh, ish.
Can you continue again? Oh no, we can't hear him now.
No, they can't hear you.
No.
It's fine. No, it's fine.
I think Prof can send just an email to you, Prof Makumane, and then you share with us so that you will share with everyone in terms of what Prof was going to say. If the network is still not working.
Okay. He's saying he can do that immediately. So I'll share it with you once I.
Oh, okay.
Okay. He'll send it. Okay. He's saying he'll send it to everyone through the mail that he received, the email.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yes.
that will be good. That will be excellent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry for those technical issues.
Okay.
Yeah,
No problem. Thank you, Prof.
but yeah, thank you so much. So we'll all receive the message from our honorable VC, and then we read it from there, because the challenge is that he had a challenge with this network, which does not allow him to talk to us, but at least we saw him, because we saw we saw him when he was starting to present. Unfortunately, then the voice did not come through to us. So thank you very much. Let me then hand over this opportunity to Dr. Mkhize now as the chair of the panel of this session today. Dr. Mkhize, are you ready there to take over so that we can continue to the guest speaker?
Can you hear me on your side, Prof?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yes, thank you. Loud and clear.
Thank you so much. Allow me to extend my warm greetings to all of the participants who have joined us today. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to our second cohort for this year, and which is a space that is not just for acquiring knowledge, but also for academic transformation. Today, we are honored to be joined by our guest, Prof. Bakare, who will be sharing insights on research publications and academic integrity. But before I hand over to Dr. Palazzi, which will be introducing our guest speaker, may I just encourage you all that we create this and make this a space for meaningful conversations, whereby we ask questions as soon as the presentations is over, and we share openly so that we can all gain knowledge and insights in this presentation. So I'm not sure if Dr. Palazzi is ready, so I can just hand over to you, Doctor. Dr. Palazzi.
Hey.
I don't
Yeah.
think.
Can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard, Doctor. You may proceed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Greetings, colleagues. My name is Mwekesi Palazzi. I'm the acting head of department in the Department of Biology, National Vegetable Soto. My work is just going to be a very easy one of introducing our speaker of the day, Professor Adekunle Bakare. I don't know if I wanted to put the camera so that at least everybody can see me. I'm not sure if everybody can see me now.
Not yet, Doctor.
Not yet. Okay, let me. It doesn't matter, even if I'm not seen. At least I'm trying to click. It's sort of refusing, but it doesn't matter as long as everybody can hear me. I think I'm in a position to present our guest of honor today. Our guest today is Professor Adekunle Bakare, who is a professor of genetics. Professor Bakare specializes in genetics, cellular and molecular toxicology. His doctoral training included the Third World Academy of Science, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR Fellowship in Molecular Genotoxicology in Lucknow, India. Also a fellow at the Helmholtz Institute for Environmental Research in Freiberg, Germany, and an Alexander von Humboldt George Foster Experienced Researcher Fellowship in Molecular Biology in Freiberg, Germany. Professor has authored and co-authored about 143 influential and well-cited publications on DNA damage and incidence and frequency on twinning, human population genetics, environmental toxicology, and the molecular mechanisms of insecticide resistance in Anopheles mosquito. He has 32 years of experience as a university faculty member and has supervised 14 PhDs and more than 150 MSc students. As you can hear, he holds a lot of experience in supervision. He is a member of numerous academic and professional bodies and he has received several awards. He has participated in many national and international conferences and workshops and has secured multiple research grants. He served as the Director of Special Duties in the Office of Vice Chancellor. He has also been the head of Department of Zoology, and he also has been a Dean of the Faculty of Science at the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. Professor Bakare is a fellow of the Zoological Society of Nigeria, the Nigerian Academy of Science, and recently he has been the fellow in the African Academy of Science, which are quite prestigious accolades. He is the president of the Genetic Toxicology Association of Nigeria and academic editor, and a mentor of many academic colleagues, of which I am one of them. He is currently a professor of genetics in the Department of Biology at the National University of Lesotho, and his professional profiles can be accessed on ResearchGate, on Google Scholar, and also on LinkedIn. This is the long and short of who our presenter is, who is the Professor Adekunle Bakare. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Palazzi. We'll now hand over to Prof. Bakare for his presentation. Thank you, Prof.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please, can you hear me? I want to be sure of that first.
Yes, Prof, you are audible.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me see. I want to try and check. my screen. Okay. Can you also see my screen?
Yes, Prof, you can see it.
And it's very clear.
Yes, it's clear.
Thank you very much. So the Vice Chancellor of National University of Lesotho, the acting Pro Vice Chancellor, the organizers of of this program, my head of department, Dr. Valasi, distinguished colleagues here present, participants, good afternoon. I'm here to share my small experience with all of us on research, publications, and academic integrity. This is a 3-in-1 presentation. 3-in-1 in the sense that each of them on its own can stand for a particular presentation, and I'm aware that along the line, the students have been having webinars on research, so I'll just find a way of trying to give bit by bit of this and join the 3 of them together. This is the outline of the presentation, a slight introduction, then we delve into what research is, from there to publication, then academic integrity. Then after that, we discuss a bit of how to maintain academic integrity, some key takeaways, acknowledgement, and finally, I'll share some resources with us. But I must say that I'm particularly happy that I'm invited to give this presentation, which I know the PhD students will benefit a lot, and early career researchers will also take a lot from it. If I start with just a slight joke here, I want to welcome my PhD students, to which I know they are at different level of their study. Some are just starting, some have started, some are towards the end of it. Some are probably academic staff in some institutions, some are unemployed, but whichever way, they are all members of the academia. So we welcome them. And I will need to let them know that academia has a beginning and it also has an end. There is a destination for whoever has taken up a master's study or taken up a PhD study. You have a destination of where you are going. But the truth of the matter, which we need to say, is that the path is not as straightforward as many people look at it. It is never straightforward, but it's something we can go through. If you look at the small picture here, which shows something about evolution of academia. If you look at the starting point, the young man here, he still have hairs on his head. The whole head is covered. By the time you get to the 3rd level, it's already been bad. The hairs are disappearing on his head. And by the time you see the last point, the hairs are no longer there and the back is bending. These are some of the things that comes, you want to publish, it's a publish or perish situation. Okay, you still want to publish, you must publish in high impact journal and so on. These are things that put a lot of pressure. But don't be afraid, my dear students. These are things that we all pass through. People have survived it and you are also going to survive it. Now, the truth of the matter is that once you are in the academia, as I said, it has a destination. For you to get to that destination, you must learn to adapt. And when I say adapt, perhaps you adapt to new situation within the research environment. You adapt to supervisors, you adapt to colleagues, you adapt to so many things that you can find in a research environment. You have to learn to persevere because it's not every time that things are very easy. You have to learn to be patient. In fact, patience is a key word within the 3 years or 4 years that you are going to run a PhD program. Patience is extremely important. And as a PhD student, you must learn to explore. You can't just keep quiet. You can't just be looking. You must learn to explore because in the process of exploring, you find new things, you get new answers. So many questions come which you solve along the line. Whichever way, in the academia, for you to get a very good foundation, for you to be part of the academia, for you to be called a scholar, because once you are in the academia, we are building a scholar the moment you start running a PhD. Research is extremely important. When you do research, you want to present what you have done, then publication comes in. Now, in the process of doing research and publishing, there are rules that guides them. There are basic things that must be done. In that situation, we are talking about integrity. We talk about honesty. So we pick this one by one as we go on. We are still in the academia, still welcoming you into the academia. There are advantages. Academia offers opportunities to collaborate, that is to work with other colleagues, senior, your mates and junior, opportunities to network even beyond where you are, beyond your imagination, opportunities to build relationship with mentors and peers. We used to say in the academia that we make ourselves. You cannot be an island. You learn, you do research with some people, somebody supervises you, you have mentors. If you want promotion, you have to pass your paper to some people. So that's what leads to that thought that in this system, we make ourselves. So you need to learn to build relationship, not just relationship. You build good relationship via networking and via collaboration. However, I told you earlier on that the path is not always straightforward. There are obstacles along the line that comes. For example, if you are in research and you are employed as an academic staff, there is possible that you experience promotion delay. It's possible you write a paper and your paper is rejected. Some of us have experienced this as many times as possible. It's part of the world of the academia. You have written proposal to be able to source fund for your work, but your proposal is rejected. This comes regularly. You are in the academia, you are doing your research and you are teaching. Nowadays, we talk about issue of excess workload. Excess workload in the number of classes that you have to teach, papers that you have to mark, and yet you still have to do research. You talk about unattractive condition of service. This is gradually becoming global now. It's even beyond Africa. Academians are complaining in different parts of the world about unattractive condition of service. These are some things we experience. Within the African setting, we suffer a lot of infrastructural deficiency, which does not allow us to be able to maybe to be at par with some of our colleagues in the Western world. Or you talk of limited incentive or complete lack of incentive. Or when you now talk of politics, I used to call it politics. Usually, when you say politics, I know it's a lot of tricks within the system and administrative assignment. But as a student, for our PhD student, it does not concern you what I'm doing with my colleague if I'm your supervisor. Yours is to do your research. The moment you bury your head into the kind of politics between myself and my colleagues, you are ruining what you have come to do. These are some things that happens within the academia. They are far, far more than this, So when we talk about research, which is the first part of the three things that we are handling this afternoon, by simple definition, research simply means systematic investigation, which is aimed at expanding knowledge. And once you expand knowledge, you are gaining understanding. The understanding comes with the different field of each individual, of each researcher. But these two words are extremely important. Systematic investigation. Research is quite different. It's different from somebody who is selling vegetables in the market. It is systematic. It is logically arranged, carefully arranged, things that you have to do systematically to be able to arrive at a conclusion. And the goal is very simple. We are looking for new knowledge. We are searching for things. At times, some of my colleagues used to say, you are looking for something that is not lost. You keep on thinking. For those who do experiment, they will do experiment in the lab. And at the end of the day, you gather data. You have result, which expands the frontier of knowledge. That's what makes an academic to be happy. When you see that you have added to the body of knowledge that is on ground, you have added something positive, you feel happy. And when you are doing this, in the process of doing the research, you need to explore a lot of things, a lot of hypotheses. You explore new theories. Some will work, some will not work, especially for those in the humanities, education, and so on. Those in the sciences and some parts of education too, there are those who conduct experiments. There are field experiments. We have lab experiments. There are those who do both field and lab experiments together. When you do all this, then you gather the data, then you have to analyze the data. not just analyzing the data, you have to make sense out of the data. That is when you are doing research. And with this, in the process of doing this, you develop what we call critical thinking. I must confess, this is something that we are complaining about in the academies nowadays. Critical thinking on the part of our PhD students. Many are not actually going through that rigor that is not making them to have that critical thought. So I want to advise those who are listening to this, it's extremely important. You do a lot of critical thought in the process of analyzing, gathering data, and so on. You learn a lot of how to solve problems. You develop it. Some of these things we do not bring from heaven, but in the process of designing your work, implementing your work, analyzing, you solve a lot of things, and that becomes part of you. You also learn and develop the ability to analyze and interpret data. As an associate editor of a journal, one of the problems we have also seen in the publications of some early career researchers is the ability to interpret data. They will put in a lot of tables in their paper, but by the time they are analyzing and they are interpreting it, you will see that the candidates do not really understand the kind of table that they put down. So this is extremely important. It's part of the things that you learn while you are doing research, while you are running a doctoral studies. There are some steps that I will share with us here on how to conduct research. Like I said earlier on, I know that previous webinar I've discussed some of these things on what research is, how you go about them. But first and foremost, for you to do a good research, you must learn to formulate a research question. We used to say in the sciences that it is questions, not answers, that brings knowledge. It is when you ask questions, that's when it demands answer. That's when you add to the body of knowledge that is on the ground. So for you to do a good research, or for you to do research at all, you must be able to ask questions. You formulate a research question, or you formulate research questions within your area of interest or within the field of research that you are carrying out. Once you have been able to formulate research questions, the next is now literature review. I must say again, this is another area that many graduate students are having crisis with. The moment you are not able to do this very well, it takes a very long time. Once you miss it, to get it back becomes extremely difficult. Review of literature has to do with a lot of collation, a lot of reading, a lot of gathering, a lot of synthesis. I put the word synthesis there with question mark because if you are reading and you are not able to synthesize, if you are not able to evaluate, which is exactly what comes with literature review, you are able to put together previous
Hey, what happened to Prof? Hmm.
It looks like he's muted.
I was muted, yeah. Unmute, Prof.
Jesus Christ, that was an error.
Don't worry, continue.
From which part, please? Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you from synthesis, from
Okay,
synthesizing.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it was just an error on my part. From synthesis, okay. What I'm trying to get out of here is that literature review is extremely important for a doctoral student, for an early career researcher, for anybody that intends to do research or carrying out research. Literature review is extremely important because if you have that ability to be able to synthesize or to be able to evaluate when you read other people's work, it decides the way your methodology goes. It decides the way you interpret your own work later on, which we call the discussion. So I can keep a student for a very long time on this particular stage because I must be sure that you have a thorough understanding of what you want to do before you proceed. Then We move on to the design of the study. Design of the study has to do with the techniques that you are going to use, and it should also be recent. That matters a lot. And most of the time, by the time you are doing literature review, you would have covered the kind of method that you are going to use and how you go about them. 4, data collection. That's where observation comes in. That's what forms the result aspect of your work. Data collection comes in different forms. The pictorial that I have here, you can collect your data via running interview, can be via observation, can be via survey or usage of existing data. It can be a focus group discussion or some other means of gathering data for the study that you have. Now, once you gather the data, the next headache is now to how to analyze that data. Analysis of data comes in different ways. There are qualitative analysis and there are quantitative analysis. It depends on the type of study that you are carrying out. I put a question here. Who is responsible for data analysis? I used to challenge graduate students that once you have generated your data, you should know the type of data you are generating. Is it parametric data? Is it non-parametric data? What type of data it is? That will take you to read a bit of statistics. We are not trying to make a statistician out of you, but if you read a bit of statistics to understand your data, there are software that are user-friendly that a graduate student can comfortably sit down and use to analyze their data. However, there are situations where maybe you probably want somebody from mathematics or computer or from statistics to help you with your data analysis. It's allowed, but you should know and you'll be able to tell that person that this is the type of data that I have, this is the orientation, this is our expectation, what and what can you use to help us to do this, so that that person will know that you are bringing the data. You're also knowledgeable about your data. It's not a good thing that the student will just find someone and say, please take this data, help me to analyze. No, that will not bring a good thing and will not make you a good researcher. Then once you have done that, then you interpret. You interpret your work. I used to say that for most graduate students, the problematic area for them in their thesis is usually the first chapter to write an introduction, and that chapter called discussion chapter where they have to interpret. And I've said it several times, the moment you understand what you are doing, the moment you have done a good literature review, you can never have problem with these two parts. So interpretation of your data will have to fall back on the knowledge, on your knowledge of the subject matter and the type of data you have generated. Then from there, you can make your conclusions and the implications of your study. Still on conducting research, now you have done the work. You have designed, you have implemented, you have analyzed. You need to communicate your findings. You don't just do it and leave it on the table. You have to communicate your finding. And the first level of communication of the finding as a graduate student is you are going to write a dissertation. Or if it's PhD, you are going to write a PhD thesis. You must write that, and that is submitted within the institution, is in the library. People can have access to it. They can read and so on like that. Another way of communicating is in publication of the work. You've solved the first level of publication, which is writing of thesis. The second level is now you want to write articles for journal. You want to attend conferences to be able to present your paper. Some conferences will ask you to write 2-3 pages, so that they put it as part of conference proceedings. Or you are lucky, you serve as a resource person in a workshop where you have to make presentation from what you have done. These are part of publication process. The moment you are doing this, you engage in the number 9th part, which is peer review. Once you write something, for example, you have written an article within the area of a curriculum development, educational curriculum development, one will expect that you will submit such an article into a journal or into a place where you have experts in curriculum development to be able to peer review what you have done. It is only through that, in the real sense of it, that you can learn. You have those who knows more than you, who can make suggestions for you, tell you that this is good or that is bad, or you can do this and you can do that. But the truth of the matter is that as I wrote in red here, some researchers run away from peer review by experts in their field. And you want to ask the question why. It's an easy way out anyway. It's like me, maybe I write an article in the sciences and I put it in the Journal of Education, hoping that maybe they do not really understand what is there. They dot I's and T's and so and get my paper published. It happens in the system. So it's something that graduate students and early researchers will have to guard against. I always say that if it's possible, submit your articles to university journals, submit your articles to institutional journals where there are experts who will actually look at the work and will be able to assist you to make appropriate corrections. Now, you want to do research. Initially, we said that you need to be able to set a research question. To be able to set a research question, to be able to get a topic, for what you want to do, there are rules, there are things that can guide, and there are some tips here which I believe that we can make use of. First and foremost, you need to select a topic that aligns with your interest. It matters a lot because if you are doing something that does not align with your interest, then there's every possibility that you will not put your mind there. 2, you need to do something that aligns with your expertise. The skills you have, the training you've had, or the training you are having. You need to run a project or research within that area where you can use that skill. A third way is also, there's a possibility that you have ongoing studies. There are senior colleagues who have funded studies. They have grants for a particular studies, and usually through that, they recruit graduate students. They recruit PhD, they recruit MSc. In fact, some have enough money that they also recruit postdoc. In such a thing, you fit in. You fit in with that type of work and you learn a lot. And it also matters that whatever you do, it should have practical relevance. Nowadays, each time we talk about research work in NUL here, we are always talking about national relevance. What is socially relevant to Lesotho? What can Lesotho benefit from this? We try to tailor what we do towards what can build the country. However, we also know that there are some research work that are conducted for research sake, just for research interest. It's also common. Oh, I want to do a PhD. I want to do masters. Okay, what can be done? Okay, you can continue. Somebody did this last year. You can just do some part of it, get your degree and go. Different interests, but the truth of the matter is that once you are getting to a PhD level, you are expected to make cogent contribution, a very important contribution that will benefit the society. You should also, in the process of selecting your topic, you have to consider current gaps. You have to consider current gaps in knowledge. And when we are talking about current gaps in knowledge, you can get this from literature review. You can get this from discussion. You can get it in the process of talking to your supervisors. You can get it through societal problems. There are issues in the society, and you check the literature, you see that there has not been any type of study that has addressed such. From there, you can see a gap. We always say, you see, as part of publication, it's just that it is not very common in many articles. When you write a paper, usually towards the end of the paper, at the concluding stage, you always have a situation whereby some will state exactly what they have done and now say, okay, but we need more studies on this, on this, on this, on this, on that. Usually we used to say that is when the study of another person starts, so that when you read previous work, you see where they have stopped, then you take up from there. Another thing you can consider again is emerging trends. Day by day, we're having emerging trends in each field. This afternoon, I was talking to my BSc project student, and I was telling him that the most recent study about pollution now is microplastic. Microplastic is a pollutant that is causing a lot of problems. But what we know is that you can follow emerging trend, but some people run away from it. They run away from it because some people say, oh, it's a new trend. People have not worked much there. There will be so much problem. I don't want crisis for myself and so on like that. But experience has shown that when you enter such fields, you are patient, you persevered, you put in so much effort, a lot of innovation comes in and you're on top of the world. So these are some tips that I think our graduate students can consider in choosing research topics. So let's now say you have chosen a topic, you have something to do, now you need fund, you need money to be able to continue your work. There are some tips here on what you can do to be able to source for fund. This can really be a big work to source for fund. It's real work, but people have gone through some of these things and have been successful. One, there are several scholarships, several research fellowships that have been advertised all over the world. You just need to be able to learn to be internet friendly so as to be able to see some of these things and apply as much as possible. And when applying, many people have lost, they got negative results in their application because the funder is telling you that we are interested in proposal for educational development of the youth. You now decide to write a proposal on educational development of people who are above 70 years of age. You are completely out of the interest of the funder. So when looking for money, you need to align your interest to that of the funder's goal or their priorities. You need to learn to be able to speak with senior researchers. These are some of the things that we are doing today and that has been done with this webinar series. Seek guidance from senior researchers, from mentors. They can guide you and let you know what and what to check. You also need to learn to review past successful applications. You can discuss with those who have succeeded before, and there are links where you can actually get proposals that have succeeded before. With that, you'll be able to learn how to go about writing your own. Networking. This is the second time I'm putting this word. Networking, when you attend conferences, you attend symposiums, you attend seminars, you engage with people. Usually in some big conferences, funders used to come there. There are those who come there to advertise. We want this, we want that. Through that, you can learn a lot and gain insight. There are discussions at conferences on how to source for fundings. It's a very common thing. So you learn from this. And lastly, you have to learn to build relationship. Build relationship with institutional office for research management. Different universities, different institutions, they gave this office different names. In some places, it's Office of Research. In some places, it's Office of Research Management. You have to learn to get used to these offices because they have opportunities, they advertise, they have the information to talk about maybe internal funds or even external funds. There are some institutions that have office that we call Office of International Program. And those offices, they deal with funding from outside. They have the information. You need to get used to some of these offices so as to be able to get this kind of information that can assist to get appropriate funding. Now, these are just some of the tips that can help a candidate. Then you also need, tips for collaboration. When you are carrying out your research, God built us in different ways. There are some of us who are very quiet. We find it difficult to talk to others. We find it difficult to associate and so on. Within the academia, you cannot do this. You can see this woman, you see as she's gesticulating, she's discussing. There's a kind of discussion group on different tables here. You have to learn to be able to discuss with experts. You have to learn to be able to, ask questions. When you're at conferences, when you're at workshops, you've seen people making presentation, don't keep quiet. You have questions and say, oh, how do I ask this question? Will this person answer me? No. Within the academia, you ask questions because from your questions, a lot of things can come that will be of assistance to you or that will be of assistance to even the person that you have asked the questions. Experts in your field, in your school, experts that you meet at conferences and workshops, and you also need to learn to build good relationship with colleagues. I mentioned this earlier on. You really have to learn. Yeah, my lab is here, your lab is there. we don't work together. It shouldn't be like that. Your office is here, his office is down there. All I want to do is just this in my own office. I don't want to interact with him there. No, that is not what the academia is all about. Building good relationship with colleagues, whether junior or senior, can lead to a lot of benefits. Let me share an experience with our junior colleague here. In 1999, I attended a conference in 1999. I was just a lecturer too. I didn't have a PhD then. And I presented a very good part of my PhD work at that conference. I just did my own, made my presentation. They asked questions and so on, and I left. About a month after that, I got a letter from a professor from another university. That professor happens to be the one who was the chair of the session where I presented at that conference. I was shocked. The professor sent me a letter and requested that I join him on a study, that the techniques that I presented in my conference, I would like me to be able to come and use that for us to solve some problem. Ladies and gentlemen, I was just a lecturer. A professor invited me. What do? I joined him, and for the 4 or 5 years that we worked together, we supervised 2 master students together, and those 2 master students today, they are full professors. In fact, I invited one of them to examine one of my PhD students in 2018. Just to give you an example of the kind of thing that you can benefit. I've had discussion with so many people. It was through one conference somewhere that I was able to get one of the best fellowship, that anybody can get in the whole world. So a lot of advantages comes from this. You must know what you are doing, understand your work, and learn to discuss with other colleagues. We can from there shift onto the second part, which is publications. When you talk about publication, this is a very common a very common sentence within the academia. You either publish or perish. It's a very common phrase, and it's because when they say you either publish or perish, because if you don't publish, you are not progressing, you won't get promotion, and so on. But unfortunately, in many institutions, either research institutions or university institutions, this idea of publish or perish, it puts a lot of pressure. Put a lot of pressure on academics, put a lot of pressure on researchers to continually publish, and in the process, they can do a lot of things, which we will discuss under academic integrity. When you are publishing, there are advantages. One, you have career progression. Yes, it's time for promotion, you'll be promoted. You are relevant in your field. People knows you. Oh, Makumani, we know Makumani. She's an expert in this, and that. You have job security. Nobody jokes with you. They know you for what you are. Nobody jokes with what you are. Your job is secured. You can secure funding, because when you are writing proposal, you will say that, oh, I'm Dr. This, and I've worked along this line, and I've published this, and that. That can assist you. Opportunities for collaboration and networking. If you apply to my place that you want to come and work with me, I'll just run through your CV to go and see the kind of studies you have done before, where you have published, what kind of networking, are you the type that we can work together, and so on. And in the process of publishing, you also develop skills. When you are running as a PhD student, you are working in the lab or you are working in the field, you are gathering data, you are developing some skills. Writing is another thing entirely. Nobody brings it from heaven. You have to learn it. You learn it, you write today, you write tomorrow, you read other people, you see the way they have written, you also learn to write your own. So you develop that skill, and when you publish, this is the age of the internet. Publication talks about visibility. When my HOD was reading my profile the other time, he said, oh, if you want to know more about him, go and check ResearchGate, go and check this, go and check that. So it can increase your visibility. So I advise you really have to learn how to write and how to write well. Now that talks about advantages. As you can survive in the system, it is also possible to perish in that same system. And perishing in that same system can come from several ways. For example, hyper competition or excessive competition. Why competing in the first instance? I always ask that question. because the academia is like the sky. The sky is so big enough that all birds can fly without one touching the other. But we have seen within the academia, in fact, it also happens among PhD students. There was a time I had about 6 PhD students at the time. It was hell, real hell. Because later when I realized what was going on, I saw unnecessary competition among them. And I asked myself, why are these kids competing? I'm the one who decides everything at the end of the day. If you are an academic staff, colleagues compete among themselves. Why? For me, you can just do your own work, make your publication, and you'll be recognized with that. This unnecessary competition kills a lot of people. It can destroy people. Then the idea of publish only mentality. Okay, yes, the system said you must publish, because if you don't publish, you will not be promoted. But then that pressure, there is a way we have to manage it. Some are not able to manage it well. They just want to publish by all means. And in the process, they'll be publishing what is not, they won't be publishing a qualitative thing. Let me put it that way. Because they just want numbers. Because there are places where actually that when they are assessing staff, they look only at numbers. You'll be shocked, but it happens. They look only at numbers that the candidates have. They do not look at the quality. So that kind of thing can comfortably kill someone. It can destroy an academia, because outside, yeah, they will say he or she has so many papers, but how qualitative are those papers? The answer is 0. You can perish in the academia if you work only in your own box. You are only known in your office. You are only known in your corner. No interdisciplinary collaboration like we are having now. It's a very good interdisciplinary work. I'm a scientist, but I'm speaking with education people, with humanities people, and as much as possible, I'm avoiding talking science. This is the way it goes. If you don't have money, if you don't have fund to support your research, it can lead to perishing. If you engage in academic misconduct, which we'll still mention later on, it can lead to perishing in the academics. And if you neglect, you think your mentors, your supervisors, you think they are of no use, their advice is not important. You are a teacher, you neglect teaching, you decide not to teach your students, you can lose your job. So some of this can actually lead to perishing within the academia. Now, when you talk in terms of publications, there are different types of publication, but I try to do a small summary here. One, once you have done research for a graduate study, for example, it's mandatory. You have to write a thesis. You write a dissertation, or you do a monograph. It depends on the system. And that is a comprehensive one, a big one in some cases. Some believe in volume, but whether volume or not voluminous, what you put inside matters a lot, because you put in something that gives an extensive analysis of a subject matter which has been done. From there, then you can do research papers. You can make journal articles to be able to publish what you have found. You can publish review articles. Review articles, there's a lot of discussion about who can publish review, about who can write review. Is it an expert that should write review, or anyone can write review? I'm of the opinion that it's only an expert that should write a review. A PhD student can write a review. You have an area of study that you are pursuing between you and your supervisors. It can be agreed that you work on your literature review, and it can become a review, because from there, many people can learn a lot from it. Reviews are also published in journals. Reviews in most cases are voluminous, especially if it's a major review. There are some reviews that are minor, very few pages, to just review an aspect, maybe a cogent aspect that is not very common before. We also have conference papers. Conference papers, you are going to attend the conference. Usually it comes in one or two ways. At the conference, they will ask you to write an abstract. Give us an abstract of 250 or 300 words, which will be published as book of abstracts. Or some conference will say, give us an extended abstract. An extended abstract where you divide into introduction, methodology, and so on, make it 2 pages, then they will publish it as proceedings. There are some conferences that will say, write a short paper, maybe not more than 4,000 words, or maybe not more than 5 pages. They will take it together and publish as proceeding of that conference. The important thing there is that you are presenting your work. You are communicating within the academia. You are extending, you are adding to the current knowledge. And we all can also talk of books and book chapters. Now, Taylor and Francis, Wiley, and so on, they are engaging a lot of academias worldwide in book writing. People are submitting chapters to different books, and these are being published. If you are familiar with Taylor and Francis, for example, there's a lot of online books, a lot. There are so many, that you can also contribute. But I always say, make sure that you are good enough. Make sure that you are an expert in what you want to do. Don't just write a book chapter because others are writing book chapters. If you are not experienced enough, that word matters. If you are not experienced enough to do a book chapter, why not wait until your time comes? Because this pressure at times of publishing can make colleagues to do a lot of things. I put some tips here on how to identify good publishing outlets. You want to publish. Where do I publish my findings? 1, you have to learn to consult. PhD students, you need to learn how to discuss with your supervisors. If you have mentors apart from your supervisors, learn how to discuss with them. You can also interact with senior colleagues who are not even your supervisor, but within the department, they can assist you. They can make suggestions. Oh, use this journal, use that outlet, don't use this, don't use that for this reason, for that reason. The second thing that you can consider the impact factor. Some universities do not agree to this. Some agree to that. When you talk of impact factor, you are talking about the relevance. You are talking about the impact that a journal is making. There are some Nature journal, for example, Lancet, these are big journals within the sciences. For you to even publish there, you really have done a lot of work. So you need the relevance of such journals, how impactful they are in the society, the scope of the journal, what they are covering matters a lot. Then 3, ethical standards. Some of us do not read this part of the guidelines in the journal. There are clear policies on copyright. There are clear policies on licensing. There are clear policies on ethical issues. For example, you have done a focus group discussion. A focus group discussion where you have gone to a village to interview people and discuss a lot of things with them. You don't just enter a community and talk to people. Even when they accept that you talk to them, you don't just talk to people anyhow. There are ways to go about discussing. That has to do with ethics. So you need to obey all this, because there are journals now who will ask you. They are asking, standard journals will ask you, copyright issue, have you obeyed this? Ethics about this, ethics about that. Where is the approval of the ethics committee that allow you to do this kind of studies, and so on like that. You need to know this. Then the outlets you want to submit to, you can also check the submission guidelines. Check the editorial board members. Check to be sure that the journals that you want to submit to, the journal tells you that it is based in America, whereas we know that it is in Roma in Lesotho here. It's very common. It's a thing that we have seen. They will tell, oh, the journal is based in Australia, whereas the journal is somewhere hidden somewhere in Africa here. Because they know that if they say it's in Africa, perhaps you will not want to patronize them. So the reputation of the editorial board also matters. You need to check that. Then check relevant databases. Databases, these are where journals are indexed, and it tells a lot about their impact on the community. It looks like a lot of work, but these are some things that can make you to get a good publishing outlet. If you publish one good paper, one very good paper that has a lot of impact, in fact, the kind of joy that you have inside yourself, it will be more than when you try to publish 10 papers in some other smaller journals that are not recognized. And finally, you have to watch out for red flags. This is now a current issue. You have to watch out for journals that will tell you that, oh, if you submit today, we'll publish by, today is Friday, right? If you submit today, by Friday next week, we'll publish your paper. We'll review within 24 hours. We'll review within 2 days. Those ones are in business. There are academic businessmen and women. In my mail today, only God knows the kind of emails I receive on daily basis. Journals from different parts, I wouldn't know where they are from, soliciting for, and they will tell you a lot of things. If you submit your paper to us, we'll make sure we give you 100% discount, 50% discount, and so on like that. Please watch for red flags. Some of these ones are in business. They are only after the money that they want to make, not after the knowledge that you want to impact on the society. Still tips on how to write strong paper. 1 minute. Now, you have done a lot of work. I said something earlier on that the art of writing is something you have to develop. You have to cultivate it. You have to learn it. You have to read what others have, the way they have written, and you learn the way you do your own. For you to write a very strong research paper, one of the things that comes to mind is originality of idea, originality of what you have done. Have you done something new? Have you done something cogent, something interesting, something not common? That can push you a lot. And the way you go about writing it is very, very important. Once you have that, then you clearly, in the process of writing, you clearly define your research questions, the objectives, depending on journals comes with different specification of how you are supposed to write. You clearly define some of those things. In fact, this slide that I'm trying to summarize here is a whole lecture on its own of how to write very good paper. How you itemize, you do a kind of listing of what you want to do. Once you have that clear mind, then take the journal you want to submit to, follow the structure, the formatting guidelines, how they want you to arrange it for them. Many people do not adhere to this. Many do not obey this. Each journal has specification. So you have to follow their guideline and pay attention to the clarity and coherence of your writing. There was a time I stopped reviewing paper from my country. And it wasn't that of being proud. It was that of the fact that I told some of my colleagues that many papers that I've been seeing, apparently those who submitted the paper were not careful. They were not careful. It's like they just felt they could submit anything. I was an editor of a journal in the country then. They felt that they could just submit anything. They asked students to do project and they would say, tell the student, write up, and they would just submit it like that. You don't do that. You have to pay attention to the clarity of what you are submitting. So PhD student, please, you need to learn this. The coherence of your writing, make sure that section 1 flows with section 2, flows with section 3, flows with the conclusion, and everything is closely knitted together, and that you are communicating. It's extremely important. This is lacking. We are still seeing it. I work for Springer Nature, where some papers we read from Africa, from Asian world, you just ask yourself, why did they submit this kind of paper? You need to pay attention. You need to be patient. This issue of perseverance that we learn as PhD students, it follows us throughout our career in the academia. Once you finish writing, don't just drop it like that. Revise, edit your paper thoroughly, ask people to read for you. Don't be afraid. You can ask your colleague to read for you. You can ask your senior to read for you. Ask somebody who is not in your field to read for you. Because somebody who is not in your field will be able to see what those in your field are not seeing. Don't forget, when you submit papers, for publication, you have a wide reader. You cannot determine who will read it. So you should put yourself in a situation whereby, okay, I'm submitting paper from the Faculty of Social Sciences. Somebody in science should be able to read and understand my paper. Somebody in education should be able to read and understand my paper. These are some things, thoroughness comes in the process of doing this. So And once you have done that, then take a step of faith. As I used to tell my students, I want to submit to a journal of educational development. Then I will go to that journal and try to look at the most current edition. The most current edition, if it's we are in April now, if the most current edition is March, I want to see the thoughts, see the way they put things together, see the style and so on before I now finalize my paper. My dear colleagues, I can assure you, if you do this, put some of these things together, like I said, it looks like work, but it's going to work for you. You will surely submit very good paper. Now, this third part, you want to do research, you want to publish, there are rules, there are things that must be done within while you are doing the research, while you are writing the paper. Issue of integrity comes in on how you do research. Issue of integrity comes in when you publish. When you talk about academic integrity, which is also known as responsible conduct of research, RCR, you are dealing with issues that has to do with ethics, issue of honesty, issue of responsible conduct in all aspects, in research, in teaching, in assessment, in publication, all aspects of that. In fact, my dear colleagues, I don't know what happens in your respective institution. Issue of responsible conduct of research, we do advise that at the postgraduate level, that it should be built into the curriculum. It should be built into the research methodology aspect, research technique aspect. Our graduate students need to be taught on how to do research, how to be responsible. It's not, you don't just do it. You must be responsible on every aspect of doing the research up to the point of the publication. In terms of principle, being responsible, academic integrity has to do with honesty. You must be able to say the truth. I did a measurement yesterday. What I got there is 4. When my supervisor talked to me today, sir, I got 5 because I do not want him to complain. No. Trust must be there. Your supervisor must be able to trust you. Society should be able to trust us as academia. What we do, because whatever we do, we want to use it for society benefit. So that trust must be there. We must be accountable of everything we do. We must be fair to ourselves, fair to the society, fair to the academic society generally. You must be open. We must have respect. Respect for one another, respect for your peers, respect for your seniors, respect for colleagues around, and we must have respect for intellectual property. This is another important issue, intellectual property. Graduate student, please, if you don't know so much about it, please read it. You need to have respect for intellectual property, otherwise you will run into legal issue. You must be courageous. To be honest, you have to be courageous in doing some of these things. But it's important for you to be able to do things well within research and publication. The commonest forms of academic dishonesty or common form of misconduct that we see. 1, data falsification. Some people will tell you that they are making data. Yeah, that's the word. They say they are making data. Making data, they are fabricating data. There are some experienced researchers. They will not go to the field. They will not enter any lab. They can sit on their table. They will make the data, put it together. Or the students have generated some data. They can manipulate it. Students themselves can manipulate data. They can fabricate data simply because maybe they have a particular expectations that they are after. I need to let you know, I used to tell my students over the years that negative result is a result. It is not all the time that you get positive results from what you do. It is not all the time that the expectation that you are having, that your findings fit into your expectation. What many people do not know is that at times when they get what do not fit into their expectation, or when they get negative result, that is the beginning of greater things to come. So please avoid data falsification. It's a form of misconduct. When you talk of plagiarism, you are presenting some other people's work, not your own work, and you are not citing them. It's not proper. Self-plagiarism is even very common now. You have published a paper and you are republishing it again, resubmitting it into other journals without citing the first level of publication. That's self-plagiarism, is misconduct. Cheating in exams, cheating in assignments, trying to beat others so as to be able to get more than others is a form of academic misconduct. Ghostwriting. When you say ghostwriting, we also refer to it as contract cheating. In ghostwriting, you contract somebody to write for you, and you are the one that is submitting that. No, that's misconduct. The commonest form now is the use of AI. I put it here as imagine use of generative AI, where they will ask AI to write. And what is the essence of the brain? That is ghostwriting, is academic misconduct. The use of AI should follow ethics. That's also another discussion which many universities are dealing with now on ethical use of AI. Ghost authors or honorary author or guest authorship. We've just completed a study, and Professor Makumani has nothing to do with our study. But because she's my friend, let me put her name now. Let me put the name of this, put the name of that senior, put the name, and so on like that. We call it ghost authorship. It's academic misconduct. Or when you talk of salami slicing is like slice of bread. When you take slice of bread together, or when you have stacks of plates that we use in placing tea cups. And what do we mean by salami slicing? I put an example here. There is a study on influence or effect of USA-Iran war on cost of food in Lesotho. And you finish the study, then you decide to publish. First paper, influence effect of USA-Iran war on cost of food in Roma. Second paper, influence effect of USA on cost of food in Maseru. Third paper, same thing in Moale's Hook. On and on like that. And you tell your coach, yeah, we are going to publish 20 papers from this. It's a lie. It doesn't make it. That's salami slicing. It makes nonsense of what you are going to write. In fact, if you write 20 papers out of that, it's the first one that is going to be the best. The rest are just going to be repetitions here and there. Such kind of study, we usually request that you do a major publication. Major publication will have higher impact. It will assist you a lot in your career, and it will increase your visibility. What are the consequences if you engage in some of this academic dishonesty? You can have damage to your personal and professional reputation. That is there. Nobody will want to reckon with you again. Loss of academic credibility. I won't trust you again. People will not trust you. Your mentors will not trust you. Though they will see you and greet you, they will discuss with you. You can attract disciplinary actions. There have been so many like that in many institutions that we have read online. We have seen cases where degrees are withdrawn, where certificates are withdrawn from people who engage in academic misconduct. You can enter legal consequences. Issue of intellectual property can lead to a lot of legal problems. Once you get into academic misconduct, people take you to court. You violate copyright laws, they take you to court, they sue you, and you pay for that. And once you engage in academic dishonesty, it can hinder your progress on the job. You can be stagnated, you become so confused because you are dishonest with what you do. You are not learning some of those things that you are supposed to learn on the job again. Critical thinking is not there. The skill is not there because you always find your way around it. You manipulate data or you use AI to generate things that are not existing. So many people have lost their reputation because of this type of thing. And there are several examples that we can cite. And quickly, I I put some strategies here for you to maintain academic integrity in research. One, conduct your research with honesty. Be honest with what you are doing. Be transparent and with all integrity. Whatever the methodology says you should do, please follow it. Whatever the ethical guidelines say you should do, please follow it. Add 10 mil of something, make sure it is 10 mil. Don't add 15 mil, thinking that maybe 15 mil will give you more result than 10 mil. No, be honest, be transparent, and have that integrity. Two, whenever you cite, you use some references or use the work of other people please acknowledge them. Attribute a lot of things to them. Cite all sources that you use in your work. Don't claim other people's work as your own. The data that you are generating, handle your data very well. Handle it accurately and responsibly. I am always telling PhD students that gathering data is extremely important. Your methodology is extremely important, that you be able to make sure that you gather appropriate data. There are times you can gather nonsense data that you will not be able to know what to do with it. So you need to handle it very well and responsibly and ensure accuracy with what you do. 4, engage in responsible authorship. Responsible authorship simply means you engage those who have substantial inputs in what has been done. That's what we mean by responsible authorship. Substantial input comes in different forms. It can be while designing, it can be while implementing, it can be while analyzing, it can be while writing, proofreading, and it can be all together. Just make sure that there is substantial contribution before you include as authorship, and seek permission so as to avoid legal issue. If you are using copyrighted materials, you are using images, you don't just put the photo of somebody in your work without seeking consent before you do that, So you have to seek permission before you do some of these things. That's a strategy for maintaining integrity in research. To maintain integrity in publications, 1, follow the guidelines of reputable journals. I put reputable journals in red here, not just any journal. Reputable journals or reputable conferences. Now we have so many academic business conferences going on all over the world. They just want to collect your money. You won't benefit anything. So reputable conferences, reputable journals, follow whatever guidelines they have in what you have to write in formatting, citation, and reference time. 2, ensure that your work represents original research. Ensure that it represents original research that you have done. When you are writing your thesis, we used to write that this is an original work. This is an original work done by so and so. And do proper citation in your publication so as to avoid plagiarism. If there is any conflict of interest on the work that you have done, please disclose it. Conflict of interest or funding sources, please disclose it. For example, you are a shareholder in a company, and that company is the one that funded the study that you have just done. Right from the onset, you must disclose that conflict of interest, that I'm a shareholder in this company, because such study at times can come up with findings that will negate the success of your company. You may probably want to react at that point in time. So you have to declare that, no, I am part of this, and it's extremely important. We submitted an article to a journal that I'm one of the associate editors. Right from the word go, I declared that conflict of interest. I'm an editor of this journal, but I have absolutely nothing to do with the management of that article by the journal. Otherwise, if it's not done, it can become a legal issue later on. Then learn to engage in peer review process with integrity. You learn. One thing that is in the academia, I criticize a lot. I'm very good at criticizing. It's something that I've learned on the job. Peer review involves criticizing. Those of you who are PhD students, this is something that you must learn to engage in. When you submit your papers to good journals, to journals where people know about what you have done, by the time they come back with all the track changes, the rates, and so on, at times you want to go and sleep. You will not want to see such papers again. But these are things that develops you. It's something that you must learn to do. You learn it because you are also going to do it for your juniors later in the future. So it's extremely important for anybody that is into research and publication to do this. Some example of good practices for maintaining academic integrity. Use plagiarism checkers. There are some institutions now, before you submit your thesis, some institutions have a Turnitin, they have Grammarly that they can use to check your work for plagiarism. If you have plagiarized too much to a certain level, you go back again and do the work. Use reference managers, so to say, citation managers to assist you to be able to organize the sources, the references that you have used. This will minimize a lot of problems for you. Maintain a research journal or notebooks. I used to tell my students, whether BSc or MSc or PhD, the first day that you come to my office, you are coming with a notebook. In fact, I used to tell them, buy a big notebook and everything that is being done must go into that notebook. Jokingly, I used to tell them that if you are working in the lab and a housefly just passed while you are working, they write it down, that a housefly passed at this so and so time, simply because the passing of that housefly could have altered certain things. So you maintain a notebook to document everything that you are doing, and that will assist you by the time you are collating later on. Create a good environment, an environment of collaboration and respect for you to have open discussion and you can exchange ideas without fear. I once in a while I sit beside students doing research. What are you doing? Why are you doing this, and that? At times, some students are scared when I'm asking questions. It looks to them like you are querying them. But for me, I'm also learning and I'm also assisting the student. You need to train the student. They need to learn how to engage, how to discuss. Students are not supposed to stay as an island, and supervisors and colleagues also stay as an island. No. In fact, you can have a situation, institutions can have cases whereby you have a room where we drink coffee. You invite your students, invite graduate students, PhD students are part of us. There we exchange ideas and so on. And you should also seek guidance. Seek guidance from mentors, from colleagues to address complex issues, things that are not clear to you. They can always explain to you and it makes life easier for you. So key takeaways, I'm rounding up. 1, research, publication, and academic integrity. I've combined the three together. They are essential aspects of the academic journey for an early career researchers, for PhD students, for colleagues who are just in the system. Is extremely important. 2, when conducting research contributes to the growth of knowledge. We got that from the definition of what research is. Publishing research findings will enable knowledge dissemination, collaboration, and recognition within the academia. 4, upholding academic integrity. Responsible conduct of research is crucial for maintaining ethical standards. Hardly is there any journal you see now that does not talk about ethics, so it should be discussed. 5, common forms of academic dishonesty, as we mentioned earlier on, plagiarism, data falsification, cheating in exams, and so on. And the consequence of this range from bad reputation, damaged reputation, to legal problems and hindered progressions in the academia. And 7, strategies for maintaining academic integrity. It encompasses doing the right thing. As a quality assurance officer, when I was at the University of Ibadan, all we used to say is that you should do the right thing at all times. And that's what follows me in everything that I do. And that's what I will tell our graduate students and my colleagues. Always do the right thing at any time, anywhere. Once you do the right thing, ethics will not be a problem, authorship will not be a problem, citation will not be a problem. I want to appreciate the organizers of this program for inviting me to be able to share part of my experience. I appreciate my colleague, Professor Makulu Makumani. She has a way of drawing me out of my corner. I really thank you so much. I thank my colleague, Professor Olubusoye, who gave a similar lecture like this when I was a Dean of Science at the University of Ibadan. I had to talk to him last week to share his slides with me. Then I worked on it to be able to use for this presentation. My teachers, I learned from them. My students, I learned a lot from them, and my research collaborators. These are some of the resources. And I will end with this slide. My dear graduate students, if you look at this slide, it's talking about somebody who has written a paper, a researcher who has written a paper and is submitting to a journal. You can see all the missiles on the way. those are peer reviews, you know, that's part of the thing that we go through. And at the end of the day, the paper is accepted. And what you start with is not what you get at the end of the day. We used to say that if anybody prays for you and say that may your road be rough, you will not want to say amen. But that's the truth. That is what we see here. The road is always rough, but what we get at the end of the day is beautiful. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Bakare, for a very insightful presentation. It was very meaningful, especially for postgraduate students and any career academics. Thank you so much for that. Before we allow discussions, colleagues, may we please just go back a bit to our program. We had technical difficulties at the beginning of our presentation and we could not get our address from the VC, Professor Fajana. So can we please just take a few minutes to allow that address to take place, and then right after we'll open the room for discussions and for any questions that you may have for Professor Bakare. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Can I stop sharing, at least for now?
Yes, yes, Prof, you may. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Can I come in now?
Yes, Prof, you may.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I see a large number of participants on this call today. It's indeed very exciting for me. I'd like to say it's great joining this group, at least to be on the receiving side. It's not every time you're on the giving side. It's good for you to sit down and be refreshed. I can say, bear good testimony that everything that Professor Bakare has said to us, indeed, are the things that you should know. And I'm happy that I've listened to more than 80% of the presentation. Now, at the beginning, I had problems with my devices. At the end of the day, so much delays were caused. It's interesting to see that now what the big sophisticated devices could not do, a very small phone, hand phone, is what I am using to reach you now. But it's better late than never. I would spend just about 4 to 5 minutes to say I'm giving you an interlude. This is no longer an opening remarks or a welcoming remarks. You're already here and you've listened to the main paper. But let me just excite you a little bit. You can say you're taking a break with me before we go into the engagement with questions and answers. Thank you very much, everyone. Let me start by appreciating the guest lecturer, Professor Adekunle Bakare, the organizing teams from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, the University of Eswatini, Kenyatta University, and others who have joined ranks together to organize these very important interventions, which are aimed at assisting our graduate students. Honorable guests, colleagues, and students, I am pleased to make this short speech at the African Interaction webinar, a collaborative effort between the University of KwaZulu-Natal, University of Eswatini, Kenyatta University, and other universities. In my experience, and my experience covers over a period of 4 decades in the university system, research in Africa has immense potential. But what we face essentially are challenges like resource constraints, capacity gaps, violation of ethical standards, Prof. Bakari has mentioned that, and abuse of recent advances in ICT, like AI. Some of those challenges have been mentioned, and the way to go about them have also been mentioned. Postgraduate supervision is crucial for growth. We see varying capacities across institutions, with some facing challenges like high student supervisor ratios, limited expertise in some niche areas, issues with timely completion, and quality assurance. Supervisors often juggle multiple responsibilities, and while multitasking, mentorship quality is negatively impacted. These are challenges. Therefore, initiatives like African Interaction should be able to help bridge these gaps, enabling sharing of expertise and resources. My vision for the National University of Lesotho is to strengthen research culture and postgraduate activities, fostering collaboration and innovation. In the 21st century, impacting knowledge at postgraduate level in the university can be assisted meaningfully with exchange of faculty and students among collaborating institutions, just like we are doing now. Postgraduate supervision benefits much more with cross-border opportunities, with the aid of recent advances in information and communication technology. African Interaction fortifies research culture in Africa and beyond, and we are very, very happy about this. I'm grateful to the NUL that the NUL is part of this since its inception. Thanks to Professor Simon B. Koza from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, who is the founder of this initiative, as well as coordinators from participating universities, including Kenyatta University, University of Eswatini, University of KwaZulu-Natal, Sol Plaatje University, UNISA, Dubai University of Technology, and all other participating universities that are too numerous for me to mention. A very special thanks to Professor Makumani, the organizer of today's webinar, and for ensuring NUL's participation in this project. Thanks once again to Professor Adekunle Bakari for sharing expertise as the guest lecturer for today. I'd like to congratulate Professor Dipane Ilaleli on his appointment as Dean of the Faculty of Education, Sol Plaatje University. We see you, we read you, Professor. More power to your elbows, more power to your pen. Although these days now we don't use pen anymore. We have all kinds of devices that converts our handwritings to TypeScript. Interesting. At this point, I'd like to say thank you very much, everyone. And let's engage in the questions and answers that will follow. And let us benefit maximally from this collaboration. Thank you very much, everyone, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think our share, it looked like maybe she has some challenges that side.
Oh dear. But it's okay.
Dr.
We'll
Mkhize,
manage.
are you still there?
We'll manage.
Yes, Prof. I'm here. Sorry. So sorry. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you very
so
much
much
too.
for our presentation. Colleagues, please, can we just take the time to quickly go into discussions? I'm not sure in which way we can do it. I think maybe we can just take the questions and then we'll give a chance to Prof. Bakari to respond to all of the questions. I'm not sure if that is okay with you, Prof.
Yeah, it is okay. Should be.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll just we can do it by a show of hands. I can see that we have Duru. Can we just allow Duru to please share her question or her contribution?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Mkhize, for the opportunity. May I please take this time to thank the presenter, Prof. Bakare, for this insightful presentation that he has given us. Very, very engaging in the mind, cognitively and easy to follow and so on. Thank you very, very much, Prof, for that. I have two questions, and all of them are on the second part of your presentation, the publications.
Okay.
I'm looking at the first one is on the publications that are normally done by conferences. Sometimes you find that there's a conference and then they tell you that at the end of the conference they can publish for you if you want, and also versus the ordinary publications that we know that are done by journals. What's the difference between those kind of publications, the conference ones versus the ordinary journal ones? That's the first question. What's the difference? And then another one is also seeking for a difference. The difference between, okay, maybe I should just give a background first. When you are, as a researcher, when you are sharing your findings or, your research, you could either use the articles, the journal articles, peer-reviewed, strong ones, or you could use a book. I heard you say, you shouldn't start writing a chapter in a book if you are not, if you are not ready, and I was like, how do I know if I'm ready? And what's the difference, between sharing my research using a research article and also sharing my research using a book in the form of a book chapter? So that's another question. Differences. It's both of them are on differences. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Duru. Colleagues, do we have anyone else with a question or would like to share anything with us? Prof. Mpungose, I see your hand is up. May you please take Prof?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, Prof, you're audible.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. And thank you so much, Prof. Bakare, for your informative presentation. Be that as it may, Prof, allow me to thank you on outlining the sections that are very important when one is doing PhD. You have outlined that it is very important for us to formulate research questions and also draw from the literature, including methodology and design. So when it comes to methodology and design, Prof, I think there are three most important research approaches, which includes qualitative research, quantitative research, and mixed method approach research. So based on these three approaches, which one can you advise a student who's doing PhD to opt for when he's doing a PhD study? That's the first question, Prof. The second question is based on the published and perish mantra. As an early career academic or a PhD student, it is too difficult for me to publish a paper in a very high impact journal like Quintal 1 journal or Quintal 2. I remember when I was doing masters, it was too difficult. I even draw some examples from my supervisor on how to write that paper. So in terms of publishing that paper, it was not easy, it was not difficult. What advice is based on your own experience can you give to PhD students or early career academics that they can follow so that they can able to start writing and publish their papers on those high impact journals? Thank you so much, Prof. Chair, back to you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mpungose. Is there anyone else, colleagues, or can we allow Prof. Bakare to respond to the questions that have been contributed?
Okay.
Guys, I see another hand. Can we please take the hand? I'm not sure. I don't know the name, but can we please take another question?
That is Seni.
Oh, yes.
Seni. Seni.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
Yes, we can hear you, Sunny.
Perfect. My question, and first of all, thank you, Professor Bakare. Very insightful presentation for some of us who are starting to navigate our postgraduate studies. Now, my question is, if I am exploring or my research topic is an area that has not been researched in, specifically, I'm interested in the area of mental health, and to contextualize it, within my area, there's very little research that has been done, or if there's any, it's very hard to get information, like when now you're building your literature review on that particular area, even accessibility to data, because then you have to access some of this data probably in hospitals or health facilities. And immediately you present, of course, your topic to your supervisor. Those are the first questions you encounter. How are you going to substantiate your study, saying that not much has been done, but it's an area that is very interesting to you, and you want to be, of course, among the people who provides some insight to that particular study. How do you navigate that to defend probably a topic that you really want to explore, but it's limiting in terms of researches that have been done in that particular area, and how do you navigate such a situation? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sunny. Colleagues, I'm noting that there are more hands. But before we take that, can I please ask Bakare response to the questions that have been already presented, and then we'll continue with the other questions right after those questions. Sorry, right after the responses.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. Okay. The first question, actually, I pick it from the chat before I start attending to those who raise their hand. The first question I pick from the chat has to do with the first-time author. And the person asked, what do I advise on how to navigate paper rejection constructively and to bounce back with confidence? As I said earlier on, paper rejection is part of what we learn. You know, a first-time author, you are writing for the first time. Don't forget, like when they were reading my profile, they said I've spent 32 years in the university system. So you can imagine the kind of experience I would have gathered over 35 years, having trained several PhD candidates and so on, having read so many theses. When I look back at my PhD thesis of 2002 and I look at it now, I ask myself, how did I write this? How did I manage to write this type of thing? You know, that's a product of experience. So what I'm trying to say is that if you suffer rejection as a first-time author, what you should do is you need to work on your emotions. Some of us are emotional. Some of us feel bad somehow. You need to work on your emotion. Take the rejected paper, take all the suggestions, all the things they put there that made them to be able to reject that paper, look at them one by one and try to address all of them. At times, it is not all the things that reviewers put on your papers that are correct. You are expected to be an expert in your field. So for those that are not correct, you don't make use of them. For those that are okay, you make use of them to be able to improve the paper. In fact, I used to advise, If you receive an email today that says your paper is rejected, close that email. Just go away. But enjoy yourself for the next few days, maybe 4 or 5 days or so, then come back to it. So you take it all over again, and I can assure you the next one that you write will be far, far better. That's for number one. The second one, publications at conferences versus publications in journal. They are two separate things, and one can come before the other. It all depends on if you are a PhD student or if you are early career researchers. It depends on the agreement within your research group. Take, for example, a PhD student that is still working. You have generated some data and a conference is coming. Then your supervisor said, please put your thoughts together. Go and present at that conference. You go ahead, make your presentation. I can assure you, people will raise questions there. I will also assist your thinking such that when you get back to your work, you can even reorganize some of the things that you are doing. Then when you are done, you write for journal publications. Usually, journal publications or journal articles usually have more content there than conference articles. Then journal articles way more, except if what happens in some universities differs from what I know. It weighs more than conference articles. But when in terms of promotion, there are some universities that will tell you that what you have in journal articles, if it's the same thing that is in the conference article, you don't present it. Different institutions with different regulations, but both journal articles and conference articles, they present different views, at times, different opportunities for you to learn some things. Some people will want to go and present at conference first, gather all the ideas there before they now write a journal article. So to answer your question straight, there are two separate things, but both are geared towards the same goal. You are communicating, you are presenting, and it can lead to career progression for you. Issue of book chapter versus journal article. There are also two separate things. There are different books now. There are different book chapters. There are certain things I probably will not want to say on this thing, but I maintain that if you are not an expert, there are certain things you will not be able to do. We read a lot of reviews, a lot of review articles outside that you will know that it's a non-expert that wrote the review article. A book chapter should come with cogent views, logical view. Is like a part of a thesis, that you put together. In many cases, what you have in book chapter is more than what you have in a journal article. There are two separate things. And the way journal article is, I hope you know that all journals, they are conscious of the number of pages that you put there, except now that a lot of open access journals gives room for people to publish as many as they want. But one other thing there again is if you have published journal article, you can combine 2-3 journal articles you have published before and use it to make a book chapter. The book chapter will have a different title because you are combining 2-3 different things. That's also one advantage there. I remember the literature review of my PhD thesis. I put it together. It formed a book chapter. There was one book then that was commissioned in the United States. It wasn't difficult for me to write. As an expert, I wrote the thesis and so on. I put it together, and it was written after my PhD thesis. So I updated the information beyond even when the thesis was done, and it became a book chapter. That is not plagiarism because I cited appropriately the PhD thesis there. So it depends on how you want to go about it. But most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, and this answers the question for virtually everybody, writing is an art. Writing is not something you develop in one day. Writing, you keep on developing it. Learn how to write. You don't close your hand. You are not writing with pen or you are not typing and you are writing in your head. No, writing is an art. The more you write, the better you are. The more you read about how others have written their own, the better you are. Then there's a question on methodology and research, qualitative versus quantitative design. It depends on the kind of study that you are running. Depends on the kind of study, depends on the field, depends on you, depends on your supervisor, depends on the expertise. It depends on the research questions. What the research question is asking for. There are research questions that will demand just quantitative study. There are some research questions that demand qualitative study. But some of us in the sciences, we used to say that a best scientist is the one who can combine quantitative and qualitative design. So it is not a straight line answer. It depends, as I said, on the type of study you are running, the type of question you are asking, and how to answer that question that will decide whether it goes quantitative or qualitative or both ways. Students on how to write and not perish. For you to write, my first article came from my master's thesis. And I remember I got a university job 3 months before I completed my master's. And as soon as I completed the master's, I knew that in the job you have to survive, you have to write. And I started writing. I wrote, gave my supervisor, he painted it with red barrels and so on like that. I rewrote again. Somehow, within a period of 6 months, I was able to bring out a very good article. Let me also, when I was on my PhD thesis, what works for me may not work for you, but one of the things that can work for you very well in terms of writing is read others, read the journal, see the orientation, understand what you are doing. I understood my work very well. I was filling a gap in the field, and I was targeting the best journal in my field, mutation research. Anybody can check that online. Mutation research, genetic toxicology. The how do I put it now? The mafia, they were there. You don't just write and you get published in that journal. But I was so sure of what I was doing, and I was calculating, putting things together. I think I first published locally, then I published in Asia. Then, by the time I put these thoughts together for that particular journal, ladies and gentlemen, the paper went. I remember that I think I had only one paragraph of comment. It was shocking to my supervisor, but we were contributing something cogent. So the research you are doing, make sure it's original. Make sure you understand the research that you are doing. Make sure you understand the orientation of what you are doing. Then practice. Practice makes perfect. As you keep on writing, you get better with time. Then lastly, working in an area that is not common is very good. An area that is not common in your country is common in another country. An area that is not common in Africa is common in another continent. Some of us have gone through this before. You need to learn to network. When I started PhD in 1994, the latest information I had was 1982. And I based my proposal on that. There was nothing I could do. But luckily, we had some expatriates. They came from Canada to our university at that time. And somehow I got talking with them, and I discussed what I was doing with them. And they asked what I needed. I told them I needed information. We didn't have this, we didn't have that. Those guys just requested me to write some letters. They said I should write some scientists and that they will post the letters for me. I didn't believe them. But they did. Within a month or two, piles of envelopes. That time, internet was not there. Piles of envelopes started arriving for me. Each envelope had, I think, like 10 publications and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, it turned around everything I was doing. I had to rewrite the proposal because I now had information as latest as 1994, 1995. So what am I trying to do? Learn to be internet friendly. Learn to find people who are working in that area. Even if your supervisor is not working in that area, network all over the world. There are people who will answer you, who will give you information. Then, apart from getting information directly from your area of research, you can get information from related areas that people have published. This can form a lot of things for you. Don't run away, because once you're able to make it in this particular area, you become a don. You become a big person that will be respected in that field. I think this should have covered virtually the questions I have so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think our chair indicated that she has some challenges there, seeing that in terms of observing the hands. So, but I've noticed that we have 2 hands already. We have Professor Pansiri, followed from University of Botswana, and then followed by Professor Lumadi from UNISA. Okay, let's start with Prof. Pansiri. Unmute yourself, Prof. Prof. Pansir? Oh, it looked like maybe. Okay, let's start with Prof. Lumati then, because Prof. Lumati is already muted, unmuted, yeah. So,
Mine is not a question, but a comment.
Okay.
Let me start by thanking Professors Kosa and Makumani for being instrumental in this webinar. I joined a bit late, but I need to say thank you so much to Prof. Bakari for delivering such an insightful and engaging presentation on publications. The way you structured the content made complex ideas accessible, and your clear explanations helped deepen our understanding of the research component. Your ability to connect theory with practical applications was especially valuable for postgraduate students and researchers, offering perspectives that can be directly applied to ongoing work. The discussion you encouraged throughout the session also created a stimulating learning environment, allowing participants to think critically and engage more deeply with the material. Your expertise on publications, combined with your approachable delivery style, made the session both informative and inspiring. I truly appreciate the time and effort you put into preparing and sharing your knowledge, and we look forward to future opportunities to learn from your work. Once more, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you.
thank you so much, Prof. Thank you for the contribution, because that also is just a strong contribution in summarizing what Prof has presented. Let's go to Prof. Pansiri.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible now.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Let me also start by appreciating the presentation by Prof. Bukari, a very inspiring presentation, and thank the organizers. I have a request perhaps to make from Professor Bukari, just some suggestions. That because that this is a PhD, a postgraduate forum, we want students to appreciate what they are doing through their journey. There is this concern in Africa that we need research that makes impact on the problems, that kind of provides solutions to the problem that we are faced with in Africa. On the basis of this position, Prof. Bukari, what would you suggest as to the students as their approach to the research questions? There's a feeling that research questions at PhD level, they must demonstrate focus on the theoretical perspective of study. The research questions should also provide an insight on the methodological position, knowledge of the study, and also thirdly on the policy part. Now, given the view that there's a thirst or zest to really improve our situations in Africa, what would you suggest to the students here? The kind of research questions that they may want to come up with that would be seen to be, leading towards providing solution to the problem that we are faced with in our own context. I'm not too sure if I'm clear, but I really want to say research that makes impact. Yes, Prof. Thank you so much.
Yeah, clear. I got the question. Very clear.
Yeah, you can respond, Prof.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I am so happy with this question, Prof. Thank you very much. At the level of applying for fellowship outside Africa, we noted that many students have lost out in getting some of this fellowship because when they are applying, they will apply that, oh, Dr. So in Germany or in Europe, you are doing this in your lab. I want to come and do what you are doing in your lab. Many students have lost out in this process. We always advise that, yes, there are techniques that you get in the Western world, but you can go and learn the techniques with the aim of coming to apply that technique to solving African problem. Yeah, as you were raising the question, the thing came to my mind. I always say that Africa is original. Africa is genuine. Africa is fertile. And when I use the word fertile, it is fertile with a lot of work. I used to tell my students that I would love to spend most of my time on doing environmental research, on doing societal research, on doing infectious disease research in Africa than for me to go into the Western world to go and do modeling and be doing what they are doing there. Some of my students used to say that, but you are going to enjoy yourself there. I said, no, that's not the issue. Those guys have gone beyond us. Yeah, they have the technique. Go and learn that technique and bring that technique down here to come and study what is responsible for poverty within the African setting. Apply that technique to study malaria problem. Apply that technique to study a lot of crises that we're having within this part of the world. What am I trying to say, sir? In the process of developing their research questions, you develop research questions that are relevant to society. Develop research questions that can lead to national development. There is nothing wrong when we are reading literatures and we see maybe similar works that have been done in the United States or that have been done in Europe or something like that. We can domesticate some of those methodologies down here. We have found out in the sciences, for example, there are some techniques that are used out there that we try to replicate here. It will not work for several reasons. Then what we now try to do is to play around it, check our temperature and so on like that, domesticate it and use it to solve local problems. That is something that I always tell PhD students. As a PhD student, if you are interacting with somebody outside this environment, the question they will ask you is, what have you done? What have you done? And your answer, the answer you give, can lead to you being respected or being disrespected. What do I mean by that? Being respected, that, okay, I work in Roma, I work in Lesotho, I have spent so much time in checking waste management problem in Lesotho. They are not managing the waste well. I'm doing my best to use all the techniques that I know to try to see so as to develop studies that can bring out policy that will assist in waste management in Lesotho. I can assure you, somebody who wants to consider you will think more about you than when you say, I have not done anything, or I'm still trying to see what I can learn from Dr. So in Europe. No. So to answer your question straight, sir, the theoretical framework, the practical framework, the implementation should be domesticated. And when I say domesticated, the domestication can come from innovative ideas within the African setting. It can come from modification of existing techniques that are being used elsewhere, but to solve African problems. As long as we are doing this, I can assure you, Africa will be on top. It's just a matter of time. But if we are not doing this, if all of us run away from this part of the continent, I tell my students, most time I go to Europe, I always want to come back home. Those guys, they are mostly is now modeling, computer. Whereas my people are back here having issues that I think I should be relevant to be able to solve for them. So the PhD students should kindly bury themselves as much as possible in their library, in their lab, developing framework and using existing techniques or new techniques that they can innovate to be able to solve African problem. I don't know if I answered your question well, Prof.
No, you
Thank
did.
you, sir.
I'm very happy. Thank you so very much, Prof.
Yeah, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for responding like that. So right now that I don't see a hand, which means you've covered all the issues. However, may I just add something in terms of what other colleagues were asking? There's this issue of paper being rejected when you publish as a student, publishing for the first time. So from my experience is that I had a student who happened to be a full professor today. So this particular student, when I supervised the student, he was so energetic. He wanted to publish, etc., etc. So what he did then, he published here, used our journals at UKZN. So when he saw some special issues, he would jump to those special issues. So to highlight to other students who are trying that is that when your university has a special issue in a certain journal,
Yeah.
remember that inside there are other professors and doctors who will also be interested in pushing their papers into that special issue. Can you
Yes.
imagine now that you are 20 responding to this special issue, and this special issue will only accommodate 16 papers? And then the rule says that you can't have more than 25% of the papers from your institutions in that special issue, which means competing with these professors and doctors, your paper may not see the light. Therefore, you need to be you need to understand the form that it's not that your paper is bad.
Yeah.
But your paper is competing with other people with experience who are coming from your university. So what was the solution to that student of mine? I then asked that student of mine to say, you know what, let's try Quantile 1 journals. Take the same papers that were rejected by your institutions and then send them to international journals. Those journals should be Quantile 1 journals.
Yeah.
And then he submitted there. 5 of them were accepted by those international Quantile 1 journals. That's why then the student then, in terms of his career, he flied from being a senior lecturer and jumped straight to a full professorship position. And it was my first time to see such, you know. So, yeah, but using those Quantile 1 journal was a good practice for him after he was rejected by his own university journals, which means it may happen that your paper is good, but it's just that it's competing with other papers that are coming from seasoned scholars. Therefore, don't give up with it. Continue to push your boundaries. And the other one that was the other issue that was brought in by Sweeney, I think it's Sweeney. I think it's Sweeney there. Yeah, Sweeney. Yeah, it was Sweeney there. Yeah. So that there, Prof indicated well that don't be afraid of trying something new. Because you may find that something new is the one that will help you to come back to your game. For example, I had a situation where I saw someone who was publishing papers, but it looked like the papers reached what we call saturation point, where he could not go beyond what he was presenting in his scholarship. Therefore, this person had to write a self-study, although this person did not like what we call self-study, but he had to write a self-study about himself to understand what assumption and perception that he may have. And then from there, he produced so many other articles that are honestly talking to his scholarship. But before that, it looked like he was following his supervisor's scholarship. Then it reached the saturation point where he could not go beyond what the supervisor was giving. Therefore, saturation point is another part that seems to affect early career academics. I think those were the things that I pick up, which Prof addressed them nicely in the presentation. And I'm sure other colleagues here, the seasoned scholars who are guest editors and editors of journals, may share that light again, what Prof has already shared. Then they may facilitate why people should not give up when their papers have been rejected by some journals. And it's good if it is rejected by Quintile 1 journal, because what's happening is that the feedback you receive from there, it's amazing. It can help you to improve your paper and then send it maybe to Quintile 2, then Quintile 3. So that's how you may play it. I think those were just few comments around that. But it looked like there's no any other comment because I don't see any hand, Prof. It looked like you have covered all the tracks well. So thank you very much for coming through. And thank you very much, Zime, for also sharing the session with us. And then we can, yes, because we can, I connected all colleagues here. In case you need some contributions, you will see their emails in the group email, and then you pick up that email, and then you can ask question if you want to see, if you want more from what colleagues have presented. And colleagues, I'm sure you will agree with me that this was one of those very important platforms where we were even addressed by our honorable VC. And then to have such a platform, then it is very important that you draw from those colleagues who are up there, because they can look at what is happening down there and then contribute to say, here is the thing that I think you may be missing here, and then you correct that, you jump up, then you go up, you climb the ladder. Yes, thank you then, Prof, for taking us through.
Thank you.
And
You're welcome.
And I'm happy that when Prof Makumane then invited you, you did not hesitate to say, I want to contribute.
Not at all. Not at all. I'm really glad
Yeah.
to do this.
Yes, and you can see her contribution that she has done exceptionally well, bringing
Very
the
well.
VC, the
Very
Pro
well.
VC, etc. So.
Very well.
So now, colleagues, would like to close the session now. Now that we have covered all the questions and everything, let's close by asking coordinators then from different universities to have some closing comments before we close, because tomorrow it will be open for students to present their work, and then we address those issues and then help them on their way. So I would like to start with Prof Makumane's side. That is the National University of Lesotho. I'm sure she's tired, but someone from that side, I think, would like to hear there, so that we then move to Kenyatta University.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Can I be the one to say this? Because
Yeah.
I really need to thank my VC. I see he's still in here.
Yeah.
And I would really like to thank him, because as much as he had problems with his device, he insisted. I think you remember I told you that he said he was going to stay and listen, because maybe he thought maybe it was meant to be that he has to listen to the presentation. And I'm very happy that he enjoyed it, because he did say that he enjoyed it. So thank you so much, my VC, who is also my mentor, I should say. Thank you so much for staying and for talking to us and appreciating the platform.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I also thank the Acting Pro Vice Chancellor, who, as much as he's not here, and also Dr. Palazzi. And a special thank you to Prof. Bakare, who did not give me a problem at all when I called him and asked him to be part of this. I appreciate you, Prof. Thank you so much. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for those kind words. I can see you have good mentors there. So
I do. Thank you.
Okay, now let's move to Kenyatta University. Anyone from Kenyatta University would like to give us the closing statement?
Okay, Professor, you can hear me?
Yeah, you can hear you, Doc.
Okay, so from Kenyatta University, I want to extend my appreciation to the presenter, Professor Bakare. I was able to follow the first part of the presentation, but thereafter, I got some internet challenges and I was able to rejoin, I think, when he was winding up. But from what I went through the first, before I got the internet challenge, I think it was very good to our students because it took them step by step issues of problem identification. So the presentation was good. I believe that our students have gained a lot and it will help them as they go about their study. And even as they go about publishing their results, because that is an area that many of them face challenges. They have written their thesis, but they do not know how do they communicate those results in the form of articles and other publications. So I thank the prof for the presentation. So we look forward to the presentation tomorrow with our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. From the Kenyatta University. Let's move to Eswatini. Eswatini, University of Eswatini. Anyone from the University of
Is
Eswatini?
Dr. Mabuza around, Prof? I don't know if Dr. Mabuza is around.
I can't see him here.
Okay, then I can say something.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the opportunity. I really want to, on behalf of my institution, to appreciate the exposure, appreciate today's presentation so much. But what came out very strongly for me is the respect that the big guns, the professors show towards each other. You know, we are learning a lot from you, and we really appreciate you as our leaders. And of course, we want that to rub on us as well, that we learn to respect other colleagues in academia the way you do respect each other. Thank you very much for being exemplary. And then the second part is appreciating the encouragement that we got from Prof. Bakare. Probably I'm working on some things that other colleagues didn't notice. It's okay. I noted the encouragement versus intimidation that sometimes we get from other scholars somewhere, you know, when they make you feel that failure is when you fail, then you are doomed, you know. I appreciate that, you know, as he was encouraging us not to give up when our papers are rejected. He was actually saying, we as professors also do get that sometimes. It's discouraging, but you put it aside, and then after some time, you pick up your sword and go back to the field to fight. We really appreciate you, professors, for that, making us feel, yes, we can do this. I think on behalf of Eswatini, thank you very much. We appreciate the session.
Thank you so much, Turu. Thank you. Let's go to Unisa.
But thank you so much, Prof, for giving us a chance, and we'd like to give A lot of thanks from the presenter, Prof. Bakari, for giving us food for thought for today and onwards. And I would like to thank all the students from UNISA and my own established researcher, Prof. Lumadi, for his presence here in this session. I really do appreciate your presence, Prof. Lumadi. And I would like to thank all the colleagues who are here and who have taken part in this session. And the point I'm driving home from this presentation from Prof. Bakari is the issue of salami slicing. I was very interested in that, and I really do appreciate it. With those few words, colleagues, thank you so much.
I like that because that's where you come to a saturation point where you find that all these papers that we have been repeating now, they get rejected. That was good.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move to UP. Do you have someone from University of Pretoria? It looked like colleagues are not. Oh, let's go to University of Botswana. Prof. Pansiri? Let's close there.
I've already talked. Thank you so much, Simon, and our presenter of the day, guest Professor Bukari, and all members who are here who are so enthusiastic about what we are doing here in our own continent. I'm gradually getting more inspired that we are building ourselves as a strong, continent in research. So this kind of setup and learning is very, very important. We learn from one another, and we strengthen ourselves and champion what we want as to build the Africa that we want. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't know if we do have someone from a colleague from Salt Branches University other than Prof. Hlalele. But Prof. Hlalele, if no one from Salt Branches, can you then give us a closing comment? Oh, it looked like, no, let's leave. It looked like Prof. Hlalele is not with us anymore. Okay, let's close with UKZN then. If there's no other institution that need to close, let's close with UKZN. Dr. Ajahn, do you want to say something before we close?
Yes, Prof. Good evening. Greetings, colleagues. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I want to appreciate Professor Bakari for his insightful, highly capacitating, and highly informative presentation. Indeed, we have all been inspired, and we can't say more than thank you for this beautiful presentation. So thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Prof. I think KCA University from Kenya is also represented.
Yeah, no, let's have someone from that side.
Yeah. KCA, Violet, you are here. I think you are here.
Yeah, but they were here early. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. Great, very grateful and appreciative for this opportunity and insight to how best to navigate this world of academia. And I really, really liked Professor Bakari's last slide. Holding that a scholar holding the publication, and there are those hurdles, but they still light at the end of that. And I think that's what most experience, but strongly encouraged that as much as it looks very hard, it's doable, and most of you have done it, so why can we not also do it? So very encouraged, and thank you for the inclusion.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Really, you see, when you see those representations, you see they are indicating that direction which you may go, where you go strength to strength or you go for perish, as he indicated. Yeah, but anyway, I did also enjoy those images that were coming there. So colleagues, then let's now say we are closing it. We'll meet tomorrow when we now allow our students or allow our colleagues to present their work, because it can be even a journal article that you want to submit somewhere. So you want to present it to this group first, and then after that, then you can then send it to the journal. And you'll be surprised to see that maybe when you present that paper, you find that the editor-in-chief of the journal that you are targeting is here with us, or you find that a guest editor of the paper that you are trying to send is here with us. Therefore, you have to make sure that you showcase your work here so that it will get corrected. By the time you submit it, at least you are in the right direction with it. And I'm happy that even our VCs have seen this, because even our UKZN VC did show up a little bit, and then because he was busy, but he wanted to see how other institutions are doing. Then after that, it disappeared. So thank you very much, colleagues. Let's close it now and then meet tomorrow at 8 o'clock, the South African time. But in Jamaica, then that will be in the morning, because we do have colleagues from Jamaica, especially our PhD student from Jamaica, who are also part of this webinar, where they are in the morning while we are here in the evening. Okay, bye-bye, colleagues. Thank you. Meet tomorrow.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
You should have allowed us to see each other, Prof. Simon.
Yeah. Thank you. If that's possible, that will be lovely.
There is
There you
wonderful,
go.
wonderful.
Yeah, so
You
that you
know.
connect the voice to the face.
Yeah.
True. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely, yes.
No, thank you so much.
So when we meet in June, maybe we start with that connecting faces
you
too.
see? Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye, colleagues.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye now.
Yeah, bye.
Take care. Bye. Hmm. Akun.